You found my name in the rain on the porch. I kept it small like a pin in a glove. Your shadow leaned on the apple crate step, and the clock in the hall would not answer us. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moonlace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here. Your collar was white, but your eyes were bold, like a key in a jar with a secret hold. I heard the boards count softly our feet, and the room grew thin as a candle leaf. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moonlace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here.
Good morning, you guys. Okay, Tess sent me something, and I was looking at it, and then I realized, oh, Barnacles, the intro is over. So here we are. Yes, we're a little early this morning because it's only a half day, and so I don't have to like worry about being late enough or like starting on a delay enough where there's going to be we need to skip through lunch. Whoever the first witness is today, by the way, is going to take some time, evidently, and that's why they ended the day yesterday without putting that witness on the stand. They didn't want to break this witness up. I have no idea who it is, but I will tell you what Tess sent me. It is. Why won't it let me pause it though? Hold on. I'll click the link again. It's on Instagram, and basically, and the person that's talking about it isn't wrong. She's using the surveillance footage from CVS and the 3V diner, and it looks like, hold on, let me go back real quick. Cripes. All right, let me click it here. Let's see if it'll just, let me continue on. I don't have the gram. And so, hold on a minute. And so, I mean, I do, but it's not on my phone. I guess I could open it on my iPad, but. All right, hold on.
These are not the same shoes. And I'm almost kind of thinking that it's not the same jacket, but these are definitely not the same shoes.
She's saying
boots to the sneakers after he left CVS.
All right, she's saying that in the surveillance video from CVS, he's wearing boots. In the surveillance video from 3V, he's wearing sneakers. And she's not 100% sure on the coat. I don't know what that means, if it means anything. Now, look, if we didn't talk about this, I would be remiss, okay? People on the internet all over are really, really side-eyeing Patrick. They feel some type of way. They do. Um, you saw that, Maria? You think it looks like the same shoes? This is what I'm going to do. I'm very hesitant to play this theory without. I need to open it on my. Let me just do that. Hold on a minute. Let me open it on my. Let me open it on my screen, on my big screen. What do you call that? My big monitor. All right. Let me think. Let me look at it. Please stop giving me ads for things I don't need. Gmail. All right. Let me see. Hold on. I'm listening. Okay, here's my problem. I wish that I'm going to need to really look at this. I'm very hesitant to play something like this because on the stream, only because I feel like it needs to um, be vetted. What I will tell you, what's giving me pause is the lighting. I think the lighting might be making it appear to be different shoes, but I want to, you'll be able, I think I'll be able to tell if I can make this bigger, but problem with making things bigger is it will also distort the footage. So I think what I might do is just actually go back to the stream where the CVS footage was shown and the 3V footage was shown and just look at it from there. I will say my initial impression is it's not so much that the footwear itself appears to be different, but the shoelace. They appear to be different colors, but I don't know yet. So I have to see. But people are really feeling some type of way about Patrick. There was another reel that me and someone else were discussing. Hold on. That I was discussing with someone else, where their theory is Patrick set her up, and that if she were trying to unalive herself, that why would she crush the pills? And that as a nurse, she would know that lemonade counteracts some of the medications, the acidity in lemonade. It doesn't have an impact on benzos. You can take a benzo with water. You can take, and I'm speaking from experience, you can take a benzo with water. You can take a benzo with soda. You can take a benzo with tea. I mean, it doesn't have an impact. I will say this, the one medication that she was prescribed but not taking, the buspirone, you're not supposed to drink grapefruit juice with that. But the reason that you would crush pills versus taking them whole, if you're would be for faster acting. It's easier for your body to break down something that's crushed into a powder form because there's a coating over the pill and all the things, right? So I think that's what she was thinking. Yeah, I just don't. I don't subscribe to the theory that Patrick helped her in any way, shape, or Patrick did this and set her up. She's admitted that she did this. She's and the argument, the theory to that behind that was that she would be so out of it from the benzodiazepines and have no memory that she could be told anything and she wouldn't remember it, so she would just accept it. And except for the fact that she says that there was a command voice. That's where that theory goes out the window. Yes, Lisa, to that as well. However, there are certain medications that they have put a coating on that makes them not absorbable through like your nasal passages. So it's ineffective to do that. I don't think he did either. Lisa says, I don't think Patrick had anything to do with it, just an overwhelmed parent. Right. And I think when we're judging, because I'm not judging Patrick, but I think when the internet is judging him, the thing of it is we're talking about it with the knowledge of how the story ended. We're talking about it from hindsight is 2020. And sometimes, it's like looking at a photograph, right? If you're in the picture when the photograph is being taken, you can't see everything around you, right? You can't see behind you. You can only, you have your peripheral vision, but if you're just looking straight ahead at the camera, there's a whole lot you're going to miss inside of the photograph. Now, when that picture gets developed and you look back at it, you see a whole lot more. And I think we need to keep that in mind.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Forget we are not, or you are not, sitting this afternoon. Okay, and that's not going to change. So you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not going to be, you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that, all right? And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Eitan Negri.
Good morning. You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a
Right.
seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Eitan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
E-I-T-A-N.
And your last name?
N-E-G-R-I.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate. physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
The trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on?
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope, and since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
Okay. As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was, the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep?
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
1 and 202. And I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, sir, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did?
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
Okay. And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted. Thank you.
And now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also.
I'm going to rewind it back because she, for whatever reason, wants the jury not to pay attention to certain things for too long. So I would like to see this cut.
Exhibit 204.
Damn it. Sorry, you guys. Hold on.
Is Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact of the matter is we saw the bedroom, okay? And she required a transfusion. So I'm inclined to think that I know that medically, well, I don't know how to say this. This is going to come out wonky, but the correct medical terminology for those, I say this every day, for those cuts is superficial because of what wasn't cut, really. But again, I do have to point out that I do feel like the use of that word, superficial, although medically accurate to describe that, I feel that the Commonwealth is using superficial's other meaning, layperson's meaning, as in not severe, and the use of steri strips as if her attempt was not serious. But the fact of the matter is, she actually attempted 3 different ways. She used 3 different methods to try to take her own life at the same time. She took pills, she cut her wrists and her neck, and she flung herself out of a window. I don't understand. I mean, I really feel like they continue to make this their narrative is that this was not a serious attempt. I think that it was a very serious attempt. The question is, was she in a postpartum psychosis when she murdered her children? That's the question. They do. Okay, so I know that this is where it's difficult. Shamina says they need to define it. I believe that there has been testimony defining what exactly superficial is. However, I wish that a defense attorney would, every time that word is used, make them define it on cross-examination, because I think it's very important for the jury to understand the difference between the medical terminology superficial and everyday language use of superficial, because they don't mean the same thing. And I don't like to me, objectively, it seems like, I shouldn't say feels, it seems like the Commonwealth is playing dirty pool with the use of the word superficial by using that word. I don't like it. Hold on, let me see. Are we talking about not in this photograph, Becky? Hold on. Becky said, by the way, Neat Noodle, one of those lacerations looks vertical on the ring finger side of her wrist. Well, this laceration is absolutely, well, hold on. You can't see my little pointer. This laceration is vertical. It is not horizontal. Also, for those of you, I was going to address this at the beginning, but I think I'm going to address that at the end of today's testimony. I did see and hear about Perez Hilton. It's a very, very concerning, alarming, and sad. We'll talk about it at the end.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
Okay. And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue on underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
Wait, you don't recall or you didn't do it?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it Mr. Negri?
Agree, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my second year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too, okay?
I believe I was in my second year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide, there's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, volar aspect of the wrist, left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
but you knew that they were in there, that they were draining
Correct.
the blood. Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that
And then
portion of
there's
time,
the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
yes. Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree?
I'm glad that they're defining coding because there's different types of coding. Minnie Bindi, after she had her febrile seizure, remember I told you guys that she coded in the emergency room. She stopped breathing. She didn't go into cardiac arrest, but they call the code blue. That is a type of coding, because she stopped breathing. She had to be intubated. They had given her the nasal spray type of Versed to control the febrile seizure, and that is a slow acting. And then they gave her intravenous Versed. And so by the time we got from Arlington to Fort Worth, where Cook's Children's Hospital is, which is where they were taking her, which is about a 20-minute drive in an ambulance, and a little bit longer if you're in a vehicle, a regular vehicle. But anyway, they had both the nasal Versed had then taken effect, and Versed is used frequently in a surgical setting. It's something they give patients prior to anesthesia. It's one of the things they give you after you have a C-section. But at the end of the day, what it does is it's similar. I don't want to say it's in the benzodiazepam family because I can't remember, but I think it is. But it does control brain activity. That's how it calms you. That's why it would be used in a seizure situation to slow it down. And but bottom line is it lowers your respirations. So these types of things happen, but I think it's important for the jury to understand exactly what her specific code was. She was in cardiac arrest. That's a different type of of a code blue when somebody is not breathing.
Agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after that.
I was involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
So Shamina says, I wish she had said something about the kids while Patrick was outside with her. I keep wondering if the baby may have been saved. She did say something. He did ask her where the kids are. Where are the kids? And she said in the basement. Well, hey, Gen C. Hi. Just wanted to say I dig your name. Well, you know what, Gen C? I dig your name too. Welcome in. Good to see you. Here we go.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record.
Yeah, they are. I like this, though.
I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
No, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I may just with a few questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records that's labeled Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold it in.
Specifically, this highlighted area?
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Okay, so Shamina says I meant that they were harmed because didn't he stay with her until EMS got there? I think the order of events was that law enforcement got there shortly followed by EMS. And the way that I understand it is as EMS was, or as law enforcement was attending to her, and then, rapid succession, EMS got there next. And as that happened, he said, as they arrived, he said, I got to go. I need to go find the kids. Check the kids is what he said, something like that. Anyway, he goes into the house. She's told him that they're in the basement. That's then they hear the scream and all of the things. So he said he did stay with her for, it's hard to know because we didn't hear the, but I want to tell you that there was testimony from the first responders that they got there within like 7 minutes. So, but yeah, he did. Yeah, it's a Bo kind of day. I have not seen those bows since I was in middle school. I didn't even know they made those. I mean, yeah. My girls were not bow wearers except for Minnie Bindi because she was a cheerleader and she had the, big, huge bow. But they weren't really bow wearers. When they were babies, they had those little headbands that had the little bows on them, but that's it.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across
It
the
doesn't
skin.
matter what we say, it's what the record says.
All right, I understand. Go ahead. Just, if you could ask that question again.
Okay, IB Hayes says, Shamina, that bothered me too, that she didn't tell him to go help them when she realized she was alive. It makes it look like she didn't care that they were dead. I'll say this, okay? Looking at the transcript, not the official transcript of the 911 call. Let me be very clear. When the 911 call was played, the public was not allowed to hear it. The streaming public, the people in the courtroom were. There was a reporter in the courtroom who wrote down what was said, what was heard on the 911 call as it was being played for the court. And then Nate Eaton posted it to his Facebook group and to his East Idaho News website. Judging from that, we don't know really if she attempted to tell him what happened, but couldn't be understood. There was a lot of notations in that report that came out of the courtroom, and then subsequently people who were in the courtroom talked about what was heard on that 911 call, and there were a lot of garbled, muffled sounds and moans coming from Lindsay. So I wonder if perhaps she was trying to communicate what was happening but could not.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything on that?
Oh, thank you.
You know what? That's a really good point, Maria. And I'm glad that you brought that up because that completely went right over my head. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps the reason she is wearing bows in her hair is in memoriam of Cora, because she did, you're right, mention Cora wore bows in her opening statement. That's entirely possible. And you know what? That puts a completely different take on the reason for the bows. And therefore, I shan't, for the rest of the trial, not, I won't be mentioning the bows at all. Other than, I'm not anti-bow. I'm not against her wearing the bows.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set.
Even before you made that comment. And Becky P's comment too.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
It's entirely possible. And we should think, I'm glad you brought that up because sometimes we don't think of that, sometimes we're like, what is she wearing that big ass bow in her hair for? It's 1990 called and they want their hairdo back. Okay. Let's be honest. That's how we think. And then we don't, but it makes perfect sense. So I'm glad that you thought of that. I'm glad that Becky reminded us about the district attorney in Gannon's case that wore a bow, a blue ribbon. I believe his was a blue ribbon, not so much a bow.
Good morning, sir. Hi, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Nicholas Roberts.
And where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit.
How long did you work for the crime lab?
For about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist 2, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to...
I know
Hold
the
on.
gentleman,
We
he's
get to go
qualified.
hold on. One at a time. Okay. Is there
I'm
an
just saying,
objection?
I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his testimony.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit or did you work in any other units in your time there?
No, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say?
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood?
Well, hip hip hooray! We're finally going to understand what we're going to get the interpretation of the toxicology results. IB Hayes says, I agree that maybe she was trying to communicate more to the responders possibly, but Patrick testified she told him what she'd been through and they were in the basement and that's it. I'm going to go back and listen. I think this weekend is going to be a recap of things. So I'm going to put that on the list of things because I think that's important. And so we're going to go back and listen to that because if I recall correctly, that testimony was, I don't remember that. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. And it probably did happen the way you're saying it. It's just, I don't remember it. So, and that could be for any number of reasons. Honestly, I have no idea how my brain works some days. All right, here we go.
Or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values, so we get concentrations of the different drugs, and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 23-01, excuse me, 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens.
Yes.
Including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening tests did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as...
Counsel, is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
I mean, it might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like you to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
All right. This is a ridiculous sidebar in my estimation. All he wants, yes, yeah, this is it. Basically, in a nutshell, he wants put a name on it rather than refer to it by the sample number, because at this point it has been excuse me, I got the hiccups. It's been stipulated to that it's Lindsay's blood and urine. So just freaking use her name is what the judge is asking. Although I have to say, it's his courtroom, he can do what he wants. But this is twice now that the prosecuting attorney has been cut off mid-sentence by an outburst, either from the judge or from the defense table. Lord. Hey, Crime Crochet and Coiffe. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Hannah, Cat's Eye, Neat. Who else is in here? Maria, Sharmita, Becky, Ginny, LB Hayes. Now I know how to read correctly. Shakto, good to see you. Jen C, also, good to see you. I think I've gotten everyone this morning. Shamina. Karen, good to see you, babe. Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Now she's off her game. Here we go. Lisa, good morning. Good to see you. I'm Becky P. Good morning. Pointer Lover, good morning. Good to see you, babe. Cat's Eye, I think I said good morning to you. Happy one. Welcome back in.
I tell you that
No, you wanted to muck around over there with your paper. So now I'm saying good morning to everybody. Good morning, Birdie. Let's see. I want to make sure I get everybody, because that's rude when people get left out. I don't like it. Let's see. Let me just scroll just real quick. I'm MJ's Wolfie. Oh, good morning, babe. CRTC Archives, good morning. I think I got everybody now. I think we're good. Teacup Kraken, good morning. I say that, and then I'll scroll, and then I'll see a new name. All right. I think we're good now. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad you guys are all here. Tess, I am glad. No, you're here too. Hey, Tess, listen, you're not, it's not your fault. Anybody that's coming late, it's not y'all's fault. It's mine. I thought that because today was a half day, we don't need the buffer of an hour to skip through lunch. So I went ahead and started 15 minutes later than they were supposed to start.
Report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam.
Yes.
Oxazepam.
Yep.
Temazepam.
Yes.
And lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
Look, this is where I don't understand. Why is he testifying? How is this helpful? It's not. Because the lab, because it was her samples were sent off to another lab.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for, mirtazapine, and the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to be.
Thank you, Shmita. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you for the silver star. All right, let me rewind this a little bit just so we can hear it because I cut him off. But come on, man. Like, what are we doing here?
For mirtazapine, and the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Okay, listen, Madam Commonwealth Prosecutor Lady, can we put a witness on the stand that's going to actually interpret those results in an appreciable way for the jury? Can we get the person on the stand from the lab that did a quantitative analysis so we can understand exactly which potential medication? I know that benzodiazepines, the metabolite breaks down, the breakdown of the benzos are similar, but can we get an interpretation so we can understand what actually the level detected in her blood and urine would do, generally speaking, other than it's a central nervous depressant? Even I knew that. Central nervous system depressant, excuse me. Let me be accurate.
Attorney Reddington.
This is such bullshit. Hey, ATS, good to see you, babe.
How you doing?
Not too bad, yourself?
All right. Just a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time, but usually.
That's fair enough. I mean, yeah. But you have the test tubes and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
I'm sure. But nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something, and they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down there. All right. Come on.
Your Honor, at this time,
ATS says, does anyone else's YouTube show low resolution at time? Like mine glitches in and out of clear, click, and blurry, low resolution. Is it if it's just on the stream? I think it might be the stream itself from the courtroom that everybody is using. That might be what it is, because as you see, it will only allow me to go to 720. I can't even do 1080 on here. So it might be that, babe. It might not be. I don't know if you're talking about just today or it's been happening, but
I'd ask to admit as
excuse me, Attorney Buckingham, that's my bad. That might be what it is. Hey, Lulu Lola. Hey, Catherine. Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning.
the next exhibit, just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
All right.
Yes, that's by agreement, Judge.
All right. All right. So by agreement, that may be admitted.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury without an outcome between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the bar, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, Brower.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where is that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work.
Hey, Humanimal, good to see you, babe. Hey, guys, I found it so frustrating that the judge didn't insist the wrist depth versus length thing regarding the wrists wasn't cleared up. It's not, I agree, Humanimal, it isn't clear. Is it a depth or is it a length? Because that does make a difference. But over and over and over in the record, in the medical record, being read from the medical record was the word depth. So, as I understand it, the way that it was categorized and notated in the medical record notes and reports is 3 centimeters deep. That's how it was noted. Good morning, Miss Holly J. Good to see you, babe.
So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
We are, because we deal with all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
Okay. And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry.
Where did you get that from?
The University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS,
I think we know how toxicology works. Pointer lover. I Googled what works best to rid skunk spray on human skin. Here we go. To remove skunk spray from human skin, use a mixture of 1 quart of 3% hydrogen peroxide, a 1/4 cup of baking soda, and 1 teaspoon of liquid dish soap. Wash the skin with this mix right away. Rinse with water. Do not get in the eyes. Mix the ingredients in an open bowl. Do not store in a closed bottle. Rub the mix gently on your skin for a few minutes. Rinse well with warm water. Repeat if the smell is strong. Other safe options. Doubling up. Wash with regular dish soap like Dawn several times. Vinegar wash. Mix equal parts of white vinegar and water to soak the skin, then wash with soap. Or you can buy a pet store skunk shampoo or a special soap made for people. There you go. That's AI's help. I hope this helps. Poor pointer lover.
And is logged in and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory. When all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department, and my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate, making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches, so we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that.
Okay, I don't care about your efficiencies. I just like to skip to the part where we interpret the results. I agree. 3 centimeters deep is the average length, or it's the length of a paper clip. And so that would be much more, that could not be reasonably classified as superficial, using medical terminology, because I think it would have gone down to the muscle. So I do, and this is a problem. Speaking as somebody who went to medical billing and coding school, and I don't think I've paid my dues in a hot minute. So I don't think I'm still currently, I don't think I can say I'm a certified coder, although I do have my certification, just not registered. Anywho, long story short, it makes a difference because we learned in medical billing coding that if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And I've learned through life experience, when things are documented incorrectly, they don't get paid for. Even if it's not your fault. Obviously, you know, you cannot be responsible for what the doctor notates, specifically a torn meniscus. If all throughout the medical record, it's denoted that it's on the left knee, and then in one note, one time in one note, they denoted it that it was on the right, it throws the whole thing off. The more you know. Here we go.
Anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing done at NMS laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
And typically, we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
I have no objection to that.
Sure. Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
Okay. And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter, and these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botch
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is, correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for
Yes.
bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct, yeah.
And what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time, all right? So this will be a short break, and we'll come right back, all right?
All right. Please go to notebooks, place them on the chairs. This way, please.
All right, we'll be right, this will be a short break, just for a short recess, we'll come right back out.
Half hour?
A short recess for a half hour. First of all, what the actual F, Your Honor? This is a Judge Bev move if I've ever seen one. Now you got me yelling. Why would you do this? Are we 30 enough behind? We might be. Let's see. Yeah, we are. All right, hold on. All right, let's discuss what's going on in the side chat, okay? Really quick. Okay? Maybe coffee kicked in, who knows, with the judge. But that was a total Judge Bev move. Just the man was in the middle of testimony. He was actually speaking, and boom, we're going to take a short break. Anywho, here's the deal. Hypothermia does not on its own cause blood loss. I just looked it up. I didn't think it did, but I wanted to check it for sure. She did have some internal bleeding, specifically in her chest cavity, which was why there were 2 chest tubes placed. So she did have internal bleeding. Hypothermia does not on its own cause blood loss. What happened to Lindsay was a combination of multiple things happening at the same time. Okay. She had injuries to her neck and to her wrists that were bleeding. Then she jumped out of a window, shattering her spinal cord, causing damage to her thyroid. There was swelling around that. And according to Google, actually, when I looked it up, and this is why I think the state is continuing to harp on the injuries to the wrists. All right. Hypothermia does not directly create a wound or cause bleeding on its own, but it significantly worsens blood loss. When core body temperature drops, the body's clotting enzymes slow down and platelets become far less effective at sealing injured blood vessels, increasing surgical and traumatic blood loss by roughly 16%. How cold affects clotting? Clotting chemical reactions function poorly below normal body temperature, 37 degrees Celsius. Of course, we're not on the metric system in the United States, so that would be, 98.7? Platelets dysfunction. Platelets fail to stick together properly at injury sites when cooled. Weaker clots. Any blood clots that manage to form are fragile and break apart easily, which is why they're harping on there was no active bleeding. Hypothermia, low blood temperature, reduces the body's ability to coagulate. Acidosis, acidic blood, caused by poor oxygen delivery and restricted blood flow. Coagulopathy, impaired clotting, creates a dangerous cycle where bleeding lowers temperature and poor temperature worsens bleeding. So there we have it. Hey, Kimberly, good to see you.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
Okay. If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on. There we go.
My eyesight's not great, too, so
Okay, so
That's perfect.
that's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Okay. Thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data? When
we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene.
Okay, so I wrote, does blood loss affect toxicology tests for drugs? So the AI overview, according to Google, is this. Severe blood loss does not stop drugs from being present in the remaining blood, but it can make toxicology tests harder to run due to small sample sizes. We didn't have that problem. It can also change how doctors or experts interpret the concentration levels of the drugs in the body. Sample limitations. All right. Labs need a specific minimum volume of blood to run a full toxicology panel. That was not an issue here. Severe blood loss means less fluid available for testing. That wasn't an issue here. Alternative fluids, if blood is gone or too low, labs test other parts of the body like the urine, which they did, vitreous humor, eye fluid, or tissue samples. Concentration shifts. This is the issue here. Major fluid loss and fluid replacement. IV saline given during trauma care can dilute the remaining blood, altering the measured ratio of drugs. So this panel of, okay, so her blood and urine, as I understand it from the testimony thus far, is when she arrived at in the emergency trauma section of South Shore Hospital, her blood and urine was collected from there. So this would have been before any transfusion. Now, she was also, though, given IV and she was also given Narcan in the emergency room, or not the, I'm sorry, in the ambulance, she was given Narcan. And then she had an IV she had an IV started. So, okay. Basically, what this breaks down to toxicology wise, as I understand it, is that she had more Seroquel in her system than would be considered a therapeutic dose, but not enough to be a toxic dose, meaning she didn't take enough of it to actually cause her death. Okay. And the other medications, all those benzodiazepams that were in her system were at, some of them were even at subtherapeutic levels. It's very possible that she took the benzos, because I will say in her journals, the Ativan actually was according to her, entries, was helping her with her anxiety. And even if she were in psychosis, the brain it's still the same brain. It knows what it knows. So this, so I would think the likely explanation for that is that perhaps she knew what she I don't want to say she knew what she had to do, but the brain knew. And if you're hearing, let's take it the way that Lindsay says it happens, right? So if you're in a state of psychosis and you're hearing a command voice, that command voice is coming from your very own brain. Okay. So, and again, the brain knows what it knows always. So inside of every human exists this innate need to survive. And so to take your own life, you have to overcome that will to survive, as it were, that's innate in us, that exists in us, our survival instinct. So I think that it's likely that that's why she took those medications, to dull that need to survive.
Findings, interviews with, families and friends of the decedent, as well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this, where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct. Just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes, or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become, lethargic or sleepy.
Okay. And would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the 2 other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion?
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors. So it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have, to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right?
Well, overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
While he's getting the pieces of evidence he wants to question this witness on, I'll say this. I think a lot of this, the point made by the state is, just a second. Hold on. I think the point that's attempting to be made by the state is because this case goes really to her state of mind, right? And it's really been their contention. It's kind of hard to figure out like really what their theory of motive is, because they've mentioned several things, right? One of their theories of motive for the reason why she took her children's lives is because she wanted to take her life, kinda, and didn't want anybody else raising her children because she was a control freak. This is the state's theory of motive, one of their theories of motive, right? So then the other one is that she wasn't actually seeking help for mental illness. What she was actually doing was attention seeking. So it's a little difficult when we are talking about all of this and when the evidence is being presented, which theory of motive they're going for. Was she actually trying to take her own life that day, or was it attention seeking? Which was it? Because the state hasn't actually picked a lane on the exact theory of motive, but I think their overall scheme is that Lindsay was, even if she did have a mental illness, it wasn't so severe that she could not appreciate the wrongness of her actions and comport her behavior to the law. Meaning, she knew when she put the armbands, or the exercise bands around the children's necks, that it would restrict their breathing. She was fully cognizant and made a decision to do that, even though she knew it was wrong legally and morally. It would result in their deaths. And so, therefore, the jury should find her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. A lot of this goes to, like, a lot of this testimony is going to go to her state of mind. So they're, with the toxicology, I think what they're attempting to prove is that essentially, and this is going to come out so messed up, and I hate even saying this because it's messed up. If she really truly wanted to end her life, she had medications, enough medications, that she could have done that. If that's how she wanted to end her life, with medication. If she wanted to end her life via the injuries to her neck and wrists, she could have gone far. She could have cut much deeper. I hate saying this, it's so fucked up. If she had wanted to break her neck jumping out the window in an effort to end her life, then she wouldn't have hung out of the window and tried to slow the drop as much as she could from the window to the ground. Basically, their whole theory of all of this is that she wasn't, I don't know another way to say this. It wasn't serious because she didn't do a good enough job. That's what I think their theory, what they're basically trying to get across to the jury. But I just don't think it works like that, first of all. And I don't think that any of this testimony really, or this evidence actually it doesn't move me from where I'm at and have been at since day one of this trial, which is straddling the fence. I haven't even swung one leg over one way or the other. I'm still exactly where I was when this trial started.
Which one?
She's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, lorazepam, clonazepam, the counsel had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic? Thank you. Within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
All right, Reddington, that's an excellent point, because the other thing that the state has said is that they have not come out implicitly, explicitly, and directly said this. There's been a lot of, I'm sure there's a correct legal term, but right now it escapes my mind. It's basically they've been throwing shade this entire time by making mention repeatedly of the pill count, saying, okay, well, she was prescribed 30 pills, and of those 30 pills, there's 27 left, meaning she only took 3. However, lamotrigine, which is one of the drugs that one of the medications that she was prescribed, was right in the therapeutic range. That's an excellent point.
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all 4 of these drugs.
Okay. And is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would.
This is a good point, but I want to talk, and I do want to talk about this. Neat said, I don't want, well, maybe we should wait because I kind of think we should listen to this, but you guys tell me what you want to do. Motive is why I question the accusations of Patrick having an affair. I acknowledge he could have been, but if he was, why wouldn't the state have brought it up? That would have been the best motive. I've been thinking about this, Neat, and I think that, like we do at the end of every day of testimony, we're going to talk about this. Okay. So let's put a pin in it. But I wanted to, acknowledge it because it is a good point. And if I acknowledge it, then I'll remember to address it later. All right, here we go. Well, right. Happy says, what comes to mind for me is that quote unquote therapeutic range does not necessarily imply that it was working well for her. These drugs affect people differently, and that is correct. These medications have different effects on different people. But if the state is claiming that she was not seriously seeking help for mental illness, but because, and their evidence of that is she wasn't even taking the medications that she was prescribed correctly. She was, and she wasn't overtaking them. She was undertaking them, right? That's what they're claiming. That's their claim, right? But if when they drew her blood, one of the medications that she was prescribed, lamotrigine, was within the therapeutic level range, that means that she was taking that medicine potentially correctly. And therefore, whether it was working well or not working well for her is beside the point at this time. Just for the purposes of this discussion, it's beside the point. For the overall picture, it means something. But for the purposes of therapeutic range, if their argument is she was not taking her medications correctly, in essence, she was undertaking them or not taking some of them at all, then their argument is she wasn't serious about her mental health. However, if there seems to be a medication that is in the therapeutic range, and therefore it would seem that she likely was actually seriously seeking help.
They could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
Yes, Shamita, the fact of the matter is their argument is wrong. Based on their own evidence and their own testimony, certainly they're, I don't understand why the state, the Commonwealth, is hell bent on convicting her of first degree murder. Certainly, there were other charges, lesser charges, that could have been brought, which would have resulted in prison time. That the burden of premeditation, when there is such a documented history of her going into emergency rooms, seeking, going to different doctors, seeking help. I just think this is like, what are you doing, Commonwealth? Like, did Lindsay Clancy come over to your house and whiz in your Wheaties? Like, why are you so hell bent on this? And I understand and appreciate that potentially part of the reason of the charge of first degree murder is A, that there were 3 children, B, they're her own children, and, the seriousness of the act that she committed. And justice must, to the prosecution, justice must be served. But is this justice? Does this charge actually, does first degree murder actually reflect what happened in that home?
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per... What is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/millionth of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So it's, when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS Labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
Good. All right, this is what I offered for Kale's objectives.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
If we can just approach briefly on the issue.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a lot of questions about the timing, and if she took, say, more Seroquel than prescribed at one time, would that impact the level that was detected in her blood? My first answer would be more than likely. But what we really need to know is what was in that cup on the nightstand. To know when she took what she took. What's interesting to me, and I'm bringing this back, is the Seroquel. Where did the Seroquel come from? And the lamotrigine. And the reason I ask that, I mean, I know where it actually came from, right? It was prescribed to her. But I thought that Patrick had gathered up a number of medications that were not working well for her. And the one that worked the worst or had the worst side effects was that Seroquel. So how did she get her pause on the Seroquel? Was that, I'm going to have to go back to the testimony from yesterday. I'm going to have to go back to the testimony from yesterday with that Massachusetts State Police testimony when Patrick brought in those medications. So let me go back to yesterday's trial. Let me go here. While they're working on this, because I'm curious about this.
All right, so we're going to introduce that exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, Susan, approach it, which basically is an NMS lab report.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you, in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report as
No,
submitted.
Judge.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being a stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits. Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury, or satisfied that they'll have those? And the parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you all set? Take your time.
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 through 211.
Yeah, if she wants you to read it, I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you.
Okay, so I did find that testimony. I did find that list. So when we're done with the testimony from today, we're going to go back and listen to that testimony. And I'm also going to go and look at the list of medications that she was prescribed. So but I just want to let you guys know I'm working on it, and it's going to be a discussion we're going to have later.
Well, you know what? I want to read it. All right, so that's what we'll do.
What are we doing now? What's the problem?
All right. So, members of the jury, remember I think
Here we go.
yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions. All right, these are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. This is one of 4 that was just introduced. You'll have all 4 of them with you back in the jury room when you deliberate. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain. It was marked A. Now, in the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number 1, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number 2, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay,
time.
all right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Come on, ma'am. You stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant of shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Yeah, Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agree to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay, all right.
and I'm just
Respect.
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring your mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection, and then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted, and those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are two different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples, and this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection?
Of course.
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
Okay. And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct.
Okay. What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's...
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge.
I object to his objection.
That's
ridiculous.
overruled. Go ahead.
They're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
non-millions and how many...
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar?
Oh my God, you guys, the level of petty is too high in this trial. I object to his objection. Look, here's the deal. What complicates this case, it's not that complicated. The complication that arises in the interpretation of these results is because these are children. You get half of your DNA from your mother, you get half of your DNA from your father. The fact, as former Prince Andrew once said, the fact of the matter is this. Lindsay Clancy has admitted on that day that she handled those exercise bands because she's the one that put them around the children, right? Patrick Clancy has admitted that he handled those exercise bands because he untied them from around the children. Then you have the children themselves who got half of their DNA from their mother and half of their DNA from their father, both who handled the exercise bands. It's not really that deep. I'm at this point, Reddington and Madam Prosecutor, if you don't cut this bullshittery out, I'm going to make you wear the get-along shirt. Do you want to wear the get-along shirt? Because that's how you get to wear the get-along shirt.
Break.
Thank you, Your Honor. 1.7 nonillion, is that more than there are people on the earth?
That is more individuals that are on the earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile.
Tess said he handled them before the law enforcement, right? Yes. Not only that, but let's just, for example, they were exercise bands that existed in their home prior to all of this. Okay. So it's not like Lindsay Clancy removed them from a package. They existed in the home. They were likely used before this. So the likelihood of both of their DNAs being found on it in any event, right, is because it existed in their home would be high. So, you know, she's not really helping that. But again, here's the deal. And this is where I make allowances for witnesses sometimes, because the witnesses are only allowed to answer what they're asked. And she's trying to make clarifying points, but she's sometimes, you know, the clarifying points don't actually clarify shit. I just clarified it for you.
A likelihood ratio is a ratio
The best that I could.
that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said nonillion is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from two individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of 2 contributors, 2 people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of 2 contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the 2-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile, and that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 non-million.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Yeah, ask Brian Koberger. That's how he got caught up.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile
Hold
was
on a minute.
interpreted as a mixture of 3
Hold on a minute. Back the milk truck up. If there were potentially 5 contributors to the ends of those exercise bands, right? And here's what we know. We know that allegedly, I don't want to say allegedly because she admitted to this, but one of those contributors had to be Lindsay, right? Because she admitted to putting those exercise bands around the children's necks. One of them had to be Patrick because Patrick admitted to untying the exercise bands from around the children's neck. And then obviously it's conceivable that one of the children's DNA ended up on the end of the band just because of touching, right? Because of under the circumstances. So that's 3. So then are they saying that that law enforcement or the paramedics, somebody outside of the people in that resided in that home, touched those exercise bands without gloves? Or did the contributor come from the manufacturer and packaging of those bands? What is happening here? Let's rewind to hear the question and answer for this part, just because I don't want to be
2.1, the
cutting it
swabs
off.
from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 non-million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA Unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000 adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors, again, to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
All right. So basically what they're saying is, okay, I'm not even sure why they're bringing this witness on the stand. Okay. And here's why. Because because it involved the children of both Patrick and Lindsay Clancy. This is why the results are interpreted the way they are, because we share DNA 50% with our mother, 50% with our father. And this is why it would be confusing to the jury. It isn't as if the defense is saying that there is someone other than Lindsay Clancy who placed those exercise bands around those children. This is confusing for the jury because of the results, because of the scenario under which all of this occurred. So that's confusing. And quite honestly, it is. I understand on some level why the defense is, or why the Commonwealth is doing this. The Commonwealth is doing this because they have decided that they're not going to stipulate to Lindsay Clancy being the murderer, being the one responsible for taking the children's lives. They refuse to stipulate to that. So they have to prove that she is the one who put the exercise bands around the children's throats. And in order for them to do that, they have to give the results from the middle and the ends, obviously, but the middle is where it really touched, it was around the children's throats. So when they swabbed, they're matching each exercise band to that of each child. Okay, so there is some level under, but yes, Neat says, I understand, Bendy, and in any case where the defendant maintained innocence, it would definitely matter. Yes, this would absolutely matter. but that's not up for question in this case. And the only thing that I can even think of under these circumstances is because they're trying to close a door to appeals. Like, Lindsay's not going to appeal the verdict if she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. She's pled not criminally responsible, but the finding on the jury form will be not guilty by reason of insanity. So the only way that she would appeal her conviction would be if she were found guilty of premeditated first-degree murder. And I don't even know yet, because we're not there. We haven't got to the charging instructions portion of this trial. So I have no idea if the Commonwealth is going to allow the jury to find for lesser charges. So I don't know. This is very, very confusing to me. I don't understand, and I'm getting yelly, and I'm sorry. Let me try my Gulf voice. It's very confusing to me, and I really don't understand the Commonwealth's thought process here. I'm still at the point where I don't understand why they felt it necessary to charge her with first-degree premeditated murder when there are certainly other charges that they could have used in this case that would have resulted in prison time. Likely she would have still kept the same defense, but this just seems so extra. LG said, so she could hypothetically walk. No, she could not walk. Well, no, because she has pled not criminally responsible. There's no acquittal for her here. So the only way that she could leave the courtroom free would be an absolute acquittal. And there's no way, there's no room for that in this case. They can either find her not guilty by reason of insanity, or they can find her guilty of premeditated first-degree murder. The first-degree murder the premeditation is implied. Those are the two findings, either first-degree murder or not guilty by reason of insanity, in which case she would be turned over to a state secure facility, a mental health hospital, state-run, for a period of time, and then she could be evaluated and then she'd be held there and evaluated. And when I don't know what the parameters will be. Like, I don't know how long she would have to stay at that mental health facility, that secure facility, before she could be eligible for a consideration for release. I don't know what that looks like. That is not a choice on the jury instructions, no. And they want her in prison with no chance at appeal. But this just seems excessive and costly, and I don't understand why they are not. I don't understand the thought process here. I really don't, on the behalf of the Commonwealth. I just don't.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and two unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.69 million for Cora Clancy.
So, quite, Tosh, good to see you. It's been a minute. Yeah, it is. It's just, yeah. And good to see you, LG. Yes, of course. That was English. I could read. Listen, I am a typo queen. And lately I've been guilty of hitting send really when because I'm not actually hitting send. I think I'm hitting the return button on my keypad on my phone, inadvertently trying to actually hit the toggle to the like a number or whatever. So, listen, you're not going to get judged for that over here.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And directing your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from...
Is there any reeking dispute that it's her blood on the shingles? Is the defense saying that that's not her blood? This boggles my mind. Look, I get it. Okay, there's a part of me that understands the need from the Commonwealth for somebody to answer for these children's lives being taken from them. And they were young kids, and yes, Lindsay, much like anybody who murders children, regardless of the circumstances in this case, right? She robbed the children of everything, all of the first that they will go through. She also robbed the world of their potential. We don't know what these kids would have done with their lives, what they would have contributed to the world. So I understand the Commonwealth's need for an answer for that, for justice, okay, for the children. I'm not devaluing in any way, shape, or form Cora, Callan, or Dawson's lives, or what they would have brought to society as a whole. I'm not diminishing or devaluing that in the least. But the circumstances surrounding this case as a whole, I feel like I think that there is a way that justice could have been served, and the state could have, the Commonwealth could have prosecuted her, but not why they went for the highest charge, which offers no parole, versus. But this remains to be seen. Okay, I need to get to the point where we're at the charging conference when they discuss jury instructions. I might change my mind about the Commonwealth and their thought process if during the charging conference the jury is allowed to consider second degree murder, manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter, something like that. Okay. If that is not included, then I'll have some words on that. So let me not belabor the point. Let's just listen and get through this.
This item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something's not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And again, this is a single contributor, so the DNA profile of one person was found on the swab, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Reddington? All right. Thank you, Ms. Sticknell. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, that says it all, doesn't it? Attorney Reddington had no questions because this is not evidence that is being contested.
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rossi as its next witness.
Good morning. Please stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court will having contained Commonwealth and the government of Allah shall be the truth?
Let's just stop right there, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. Oh, she would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you started, you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if
Okay.
that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school, usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Could I see?
Please excuse my lack of professionalism. Let me skip through this really long sidebar.
He's loving it.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking?
Excuse me, camera person. What in the actual F? Now, you knew that that video was at least the potential existed for it to be played. Why in the actual F did it take you so long to swerve on over? What is wrong with the camera person? I wasn't muted. I was caught out smoking, Johnny, when they went to sidebar.
The bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022.
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
Okay. And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about gone to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
I did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Clancy, Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh something. He was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he's reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed she removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after
I think
Thanksgiving.
it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah, I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other, you texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that
Reddington, she's already told you that she can't hear you. We can't hear you either. Stop moving around while you're asking the question. Get over there to the mic and be still while you're asking the question. You can move about the courtroom. That's not my objection. My issue is the moving about and talking while you're away from the microphone. For the love of Pete.
She would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
Know who would draw that? Would she draw that, or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home. Clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it. And then Callan up at 10:45. And then some scribbly mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes.
Johnny says Pete was a good guy, right, Miss Jinlu? I hope too, because for the love of Pete I wonder where that expression came from. Who's Pete and why do we love him?
Food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control?
Hold on, I want to rewind this because I want you guys to get the full question and answer because this is really important. The prosecution has really, tried to paint this picture of Lindsay as being incredibly controlling down to the size she wanted the food cut. And so I think this is really important testimony because the prosecution doesn't know Lindsay Clancy before, right? They only know her after. And they're looking at it with that type of thought process in their mind, okay? But she knew her before. So let's hear what she has to say.
Sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and the squares and things?
Yes.
She also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus? Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home, in their home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming herself?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
All right, so of course we're going to have the 75th sidebar of the day. I forgot what I had commentary about this witness's testimony, but now because of the sidebar, I can't even remember what I was going to say about it, because I think that, I know what I was going to say. It seems as if Lindsay Clancy's mental health was on a decline from November to January. But the more, I think, from the record and the testimony, the more rapid decline shows from really December to January, which would have been about the time that they let go of the nanny. And I wonder if perhaps it was a combination of many things. The medication, and also now if you already are not doing well mentally and you add stress on top of that, and I would imagine that would exacerbate any mental health issues you were already experiencing, knowing that the mental health issue, you don't have a diagnosis as of yet, other than perhaps some general anxiety disorder, maybe. I don't even know, because we're not there yet with the record, but but you, and you know that you're going through something postpartum, some kind of postpartum situation, right? But the doctors don't have a firm diagnosis, and medications are being changed. And now all of this, now you're going to be responsible for taking care of the kids on your own. And I would think that would be tremendously stressful if that were the case. If you're really working to get your mental health issues resolved and they aren't, and the help that you had is now gone, I would think that would be scary. There is some indication, Shamina, that we have gotten thus far, that I think of all of the medications that she was prescribed, the Ativan is the one that seemingly she took consistently and did not report negative side effects from, other than the risk of dependency on it. I mean, benzodiazepines, the way they work chemically in your system, they are habit forming. Your body becomes dependent on them, and there is a titrating and weaning off process. So, you know, but it does seem like there were other medications that she tried for. There were some that she just outright was like, absolutely not. I think the Seroquel was one that she that she took maybe the longest. I'm not sure. Hey, Shakta, welcome back, babe. I don't know what we're doing here. We sidebarring. They called another witness. Lindsay's obviously upset. Let me see.
We're not going to sit this afternoon. We're going to break at this point, all right? And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember those instructions?
All right, let me see if they're going to break and we're going to stay. It's hard. I can't tell from the scroll. Let's see. Let me turn it live and see what happens.
At 9 o'clock.
All right, hold on. I shouldn't have skipped forward. Let's just see what's going on here.
With no expectation, we're not coming, there's nothing scheduled at 2 o'clock in this matter any further, okay? So this court on this case will be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay, so they're done for the day. All right, so I wanted to talk a little bit about what Neat Noodle, we've all kind of been talking about it in the side chat, but Neat's comment earlier today reminded me that we needed to circle back to that. And that is Patrick and this. There's a lot of speculation due to where okay, so Patrick is remarried, okay? And the woman that he remarried physically resembles Lindsay Clancy. She is in New York. Patrick was in New York prior to all of this even happening, and now lives there, okay? So there's a lot of talk and stuff on the internet in the, various chats and whatnot about, is it possible that Patrick had an affair? And Neat brought up the fact that she would think that if Patrick did have an affair, that the state would use that as evidence, as it is a clear and convincing motive. I'll say this. I've been thinking about this I've been thinking about this a lot. I did get the video, yes, Tess, and we're gonna circle back to that as well. There's all the things. I'm sorry I didn't reply to you, and I thought you were in here earlier, like when I started and we talked about it. We're gonna circle back to that as well. It's on the agenda before we leave for today. So I've been thinking about this a lot, and this is my thoughts on the affair. Potential of an affair, and if there was evidence of it, the state would use it. Here's the thing about Patrick. Patrick has to be played very carefully. And in other circumstances, in other trials, where let's say, for example, let's just keep it to this trial. The reason I don't think that it would be advantageous in this case for the state to bring it up is because I think an affair under these circumstances, given the fact that Lindsay has pled not guilty, or not, how she plead, not criminally responsible. I think that the state might likely think that introducing evidence of that would be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, yeah, it gives a potential it's a potential motive, one that's more, I suppose, easy to understand than the motive they've given thus far, right? But on the other hand, under these circumstances, given that there is such a record of Lindsay seeking professional help for mental health issues, I would think that if an affair had been discovered and presented as evidence by the state, I think that the jury might lean towards sympathy and potentially believing that knowledge of an affair contributed to her mental health issues. Thank you, Shmita, for the star, though, babe. I appreciate that. So, I believe that if that type of evidence existed, the state likely would not bring it up. Likewise, for the defense, if that type of evidence existed, the defense is not going to bring it up either. Once again, because while it would, on some level, be beneficial for Lynn to explain all of the factors surrounding what was going on with her mental health, right? Patrick is on her side at this point. Patrick is supporting her. And I think the risk outweighs any type of benefit that the defense would get from it. That being said, I know people feel a certain type of way about Patrick, and we're going to get there. So let's also, while I'm thinking about it, go to Patrick's let's see. Let's see. Let's see if there's just an independent video. Oh, well, thank you very much, Jenny, for the jewels and the sunshine. I appreciate that. This is his full testimony, so let's see. If it's played here. Maybe it's back a ways. Hold on. Ah, here it is. Okay. All right. So Tess sent me a video made by an Instagram user who pointed out that potentially the shoes that Patrick is wearing are not in between okay, so going from his first stop at CVS to the second stop at 3V are different. His footwear is different. Shamina asks, who said he had an affair? I don't think anybody said outright. Nobody here, okay? There has been a lot of chatter around the internet regarding the fact that Patrick married a woman within 6 months of this happening, of his children being murdered. The woman that he married bears a very strong physical resemblance to Lindsay Clancy. She lived in New York. Patrick had visited New York several times prior to January 24th of 2023. And that is the people that believe that he had an affair, that is their supporting evidence that, now they both live in New York. Okay. There are many people that believe that he did. There are people that didn't, but we were having this discussion in the side chat during testimony. And so I was giving my opinion because Anit specifically said that she believed if there had been if evidence existed of an affair, that the state would present that evidence as it gives a more clear motive than the motive they're using at this point, right? Which I disagree. I think that the state wouldn't bring that out if that evidence existed. I'm not saying that it does exist, but if that evidence existed, I don't think either side would bring it out because it's not beneficial. It would be a double-edged sword for both of them. If the state brings it out, it gives them motive, but it also gives Lindsay Clancy sympathy and can be used as a contributing factor to her mental health, her poor mental health, to the decline in her mental health. The defense is not going to use it for the exact same reason. It can be used as motive, but they also need I think they're strong. One of the strongest pieces of evidence they have is that Patrick Clancy is supposed to testify for the defense. He publicly, which the jury's not going to hear about the publicly until he testifies for the defense, but publicly he stands behind Lindsay, although he has divorced her, remarried, and has another child. That is the evidence. Okay. Mary says he waited much longer than 6 months before he got married. Look it up. Welcome in, Mary. Let's look it up. Let's see. The last time I looked it up, it wasn't quite clear the exact date, but maybe it has. April, let's see. Apparently April of 2026. There you go. That's much longer than 6 months. I don't remember why 6 months came up. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I apologize. So there you have it. They are married. Let's see what the Google, okay. Let's see. I think maybe it's dating or something. Hold on. Let's look up. Hold on. What did I just do? Let me just fix this. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I remember what it was. Wasn't it the marathon or something? They said that he did something like 6 months or a year after the kids passed away. It was very quickly. I don't know. There's been all kinds of scuttlebutt on I don't think he had an affair either. So during the 2022-2023 timeframe, she lived and worked in New York City. She is a physician specializing in reproductive endocrinology and infertility. Oh, okay. Okay. Tess says that they started dating within 4 to 5 months. Pointer Lover says he raised over $1 million in his GoFundMe and he didn't give 1 penny to help her. He has 1 child and another on the way. Thank you, Neat, for the super chat. I appreciate you very, very much. Let's see. Mary, okay, hold on. Let me see. Excuse me. All right, so let's see. Oh. I need to mute because I'm going to cough. All right, let's see. Okay. According to people.com, Patrick Clancy and Dr. Rachel Danis began dating in February of 2024. This happened in January of 2023. However, here's the timeline of their relationship. Initial move. Patrick Clancy relocated from Massachusetts to Manhattan in May 2023, roughly 4 months after the tragedy involving his children. He met Dr. Danis in New York City sometime after his move. Court and public details confirmed they were officially in a relationship by February of 2024. Dr. Danis moved, and this is all according to, okay, so the early relationship is coming from, the source for that is Vinnie Politan's personal group and people.com. Okay. The moving in with Dr. Danis comes in 2025. That comes from people.com. The marriage was April of 2026, which is this year. And that also comes from people.com. I would imagine that some of these things come from the some of the proceedings, how they know this, come from some of the proceedings in the civil lawsuit. Oh, did I say, what did I say? Did I give that to you? I'm sorry, Pointer. Did I say Neat Noodle? I'm sorry. Thank you, Pointer Lover, for the super chat, babe. I'm sorry. I appreciate that very much. It was very, very generous. Let me read. Okay, so Shamina says, why did he need to share any money he raised with her? Maybe publicly he supports her, but inside he is pissed and hurt that she killed his kids. Solo Angel says men be like that. Well, I don't have a specific opinion really on, hold on, but I do want to look this up. I want to look at this really quickly. Hold on. Who's emailing me? Oh, nobody in spam. Okay. Okay. I let me see if Google will send me the actual link. because I don't want, I want to read the actual campaign. I want to read the campaign itself. I'm sorry that you guys have to sit and wait for me like all of this. All right, let me do it a different way. Let's see. Here it is. All right. It's no longer active though, okay? Let's see. This is not it. What the actual F? All right. I'm tired of monkeying around with this. Let me just tell you what AI says, and they're pulling from all kinds of sources, so I'm pretty sure this is accurate, okay? Unless somebody has that link and they want to send it to me, I don't want to make it, for whatever reason, it doesn't really want to give me, let's see what this article is. Let's see if they put the link in the article. Here we go. Got it. All right, here we go. Here is, it was raised by not Patrick himself. Let me share it with you. Give me just one momentito, por favor. All right. So you can know that I am reading it accurately. All right, here we go. On behalf of the extended Clancy family, we invite you to offer support for Patrick as he navigates an unimaginable tragedy. We appreciate your thoughts, prayers, and outreach in support. This GoFundMe is intended to help Pat pay for medical bills, funeral services, and legal help. This assistance is especially needed because Pat will be unable to work for this foreseeable future as he weathers this painful, life-altering tragedy. We all know Pat to be the most kind and genuine person. As someone who is always willing to support others, we sincerely thank you for your offering yours. The following, this was on January 28th of 2023. The following words of Patrick Clancy from today, January, geez, Jen, could you even just read this correctly and accurately? They will never be asking me to read things into the record, evidently. All right, so the following are the words of Patrick Clancy from today, January 28th, 2023. Thank you all for your love and support. The warmth I've received from the community is palpable, and your generosity gives me hope that I can focus on some sort of healing. I've seen all of your messages and contributions, including some from people I haven't seen in over a decade, and many I've never met. I see and appreciate every one of you. A lot of people have said they can't imagine, and they're right. There's absolutely nothing that can prepare you. The shock and pain is excruciating and relentless. I'm constantly reminded of them, and with the little sleep I get, I dream about them on repeat. Any parent knows it's impossible to understand how much you will love your kids until you have them. The same goes for understanding the devastation of losing them. Cora, Dawson, and Callie, the essence of my life, and I'm completely lost without them. Thank you, Deborah, for gifting the Uncle Alert. I appreciate that. My family was the best thing that ever happened to me. I took so much pride in being Lindsay's husband and a dad to Cora, Dawson, and Callan. I always reminded myself that each day with them was a new gift. Callan usually woke up first and would rest his head on my shoulder for a few minutes as he adjusted to the morning. Dawson typically sang or spoke his thoughts out loud for a while before we'd go get him. Cora was a big girl and would simply walk downstairs. I can still vividly picture her coming into the living room each morning with her hair in a mess, smile on her face. We always started our days together reading books, cuddling up on the couch, and playing with magnet tiles. I loved taking them places, whether it was scooting at Chandler Elementary, vacation, skiing out on the boat, or to Duxbury Beach, one of our favorite places on earth. They gave me purpose, and I never took it for granted. There is now a massive void where that purpose once was. Cora had an infectious laugh and was stunningly beautiful. She was the cautious one, but it was really because she was so caring. She used to say she wanted to be a doctor and a mama when she grew up, and she would practice by giving Callan checkups. If she was leaving the house to go somewhere, she would pick someone to take care of Caroline and Charlotte, her baby dolls. She had all the doll accessories available, so her sitters were well equipped. So cute. Before she turned 2, she was already wrapping them in perfect swaddles. We would tell her that she's such a good little mama. She loved all babies, both real and pretend. She loved sloths, unicorns, tea parties, going to lunch with Nana and Grandpa, and giving presents to people. She knew everything about princesses, her favorite being Sophia the First. She truly loved her brothers and us and said it often in her sweet voice. We did a lot of father-daughter activities together, like skiing and visiting San Francisco, or just talking. I loved her, my firstborn, so much. Dawson had beautiful, bold brown eyes that beamed with friendship. He was naturally humorous and generous beyond the norm of a typical toddler, always willing to share his toys with others. For all the love he received, he always gave back more. His best quality was his pure kindness. He loved trucks, tractors, dinosaurs, Paw Patrol, worker guys, being outside. He was adventurous, mischievous, and enjoyed causing trouble, which he typically found hilarious. He was also remarkably smart. We always said if we didn't save enough for retirement, it'll be okay. We'll just live in Dawson's guest house. He would hug me tighter than most adults, and every night he told me in consistent words at bedtime, without fail, "Good night, Dada. I love you." We had a special bond from day one. He was my buddy, my first boy, and truly a gift. Wow. Okay. You guys doing okay in the chat? All right, here we go. Callan was our easygoing child. I always said it was because he was the third child. He had to adapt, and he did easily. He was born with hardly any fuss and was by far our best sleeper. He was an incredibly happy and vibrant baby, constantly smiling. Our nickname for him was Happy Callan. He was sitting on his own, and you could tell he was enjoying his growing independence as he would grab any object within reach. Sometimes he joined my Microsoft calls in the background, playing in his jumpy. I would keep my camera on, too proud to leave it off. He started saying Dada whenever I walked in the room. The last moment we had together was our routine. I would come up from my office at the end of the day and swing him in between my thighs while he laughed and smiled. If I was ever having a bad day, Callan always knew how to heal me. Perhaps that's why I held on a little longer to spare. Perhaps that's why he held on a little longer. to spare me whatever pain he could. As excruciating as it was, I was fortunate and grateful to feel his warmth until his very last moment. Faith is my only hope of believing he felt mine. Callan died with enormous courage despite being so little. Maybe it was his way of demonstrating what I need to do to press forward. I'll always draw inspiration from him. He'll always be my little hero. Hold on. I needed a drink in a minute. Sorry. I want to share some thoughts about Lindsay. She's recently been portrayed largely by people who have never met her and never knew who the real Lindsay was. Our marriage was wonderful and diametrically grew stronger as her condition rapidly worsened. I took as much pride in being her husband as I did in being a father and felt persistently lucky to have her in my life. I still remember the very moment I first laid eyes on her and can recall how overcome I was with the kind of love at first sight you only see in movies. It really didn't take long before I was certain I wanted to marry her. We said I love you to each other multiple times daily as if it were a reflex. We habitually started every morning with a passionate hug, yielding a sigh of relief like we had each received the perfect medicine. If too much time passed without a hug, she'd look at me and ask, "Did you forget?" We mutually understood the reality that people can have bad days, but we stuck to the rule that when one of us got lost, the other was always there to bring them home, always. She loved being a nurse, but nothing matched her intense love for our kids and dedication to being a mother. It was all she ever wanted. Her passion taught me how to be a better father. I want to ask all of you that you find it deep within yourselves to forgive Lindsay as I have. The real Lindsay was generously loving and caring towards everyone. Me, our kids, family, friends, and her patients. The very fibers of her soul are loving. All I wish for her now is that she can somehow find peace. I promise I'll put all my energy into healing and rediscovering my purpose. I owe that to all of you, Duxbury Fire and police, our compassionate healthcare workers, our local faith leaders, the Microsoft company, and especially Cora, Dawson, and Callan. I don't know how or when I'll be able to do it, but your love and generosity will help me get started. I know that love always wins. Cora, Dawson, and Callan, you gave me so much in your short time here. I don't know if the pain will ever go away, but I'll do my best to carry on in your honor. Dada loves you so much and will always remember you with love and endless gratitude. Let me see this message. Hold on. Oh, it's asking me if I want to message. You big dummy, Bindi. Now, he has 1,700,000, geez, Jen, $1,075,411 have been raised in all. There's no more updates to this. However, according to Google, which I have now lost, I think, because I clicked a link. Yes, here I can go back. Allocation of funds. In May 2023, defense attorney Kevin Ruddington explicitly clarified to the public that, quote, not 1 cent of the GoFundMe money was used or would be used to pay for Lindsay Clancy's criminal defense. So that I don't know specifically what the legal fees. I'm not suggesting that there's anything nefarious. I just am clarifying that I am okay, Nate. Love you, babe. I just want to be clear that although in the fundraiser, the campaign goal, the message that was posted, it mentions legal fees. Those legal fees don't have anything to do with Lindsay Clancy's criminal case. Maybe it was legal fees for the lawsuit, the civil lawsuit. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, it's very tough. It's hard to read. What's Tess saying up here? Let me see. Okay, I'll just keep scrolling down because I just want to check on you guys and I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't know the question that Pointer Lover is asking. So what about Tess? So there is that. Now, look. There is some level of exploration into the totality of the circumstances, which include Patrick Clancy, that I feel do warrant exploration in an effort to see if there is something that can be learned from this horrible situation, these horrible circumstances that might prevent it from happening to, if we can just save one kid, right? Wouldn't that be worth it? There's a difference, I think, in exploring that. And it is, I will acknowledge, a fine line between having that bigger discussion and the potential for inadvertently or on purpose pointing the finger as if Patrick has some level of culpability in this. For my part, my stance on it is now that A, he's never been charged with anything, and B, once again, we are looking at the circumstances surrounding the case with knowledge of how the story ends. We're looking back at it with hindsight. And like I said earlier, I think it would be very difficult to so if we put ourselves in Patrick's shoes and you think about the situation in terms of a photograph, when you're standing posed for a photograph and you're told to look straight ahead, to look at the camera, right? It would make it impossible to see the things that in the photograph itself. Your vision is facing straight forward. You're looking at the person holding the camera, or if it's automatic, the camera itself, right? I mean, you might be able to see some things peripherally, but the totality of the makeup of the photograph, you cannot see from that vantage point. It's only after the photograph is developed and you get a look at the photograph from the outside of it, right? Not being in the photograph itself, but from the outside, you have a change in perspective. So all of the things and all of the stuff that we are discussing It was from the GoFundMe. And also thank you for the sunshine, Tracy. I appreciate that, babe. I was reading it from did I not have it up on the stream? Because I was reading it directly from the GoFundMe. Yes. So yes, court's over for today, Melissa. Good to see you, babe. So under those circumstances, there is an element of needing to explore Patrick's behavior, not to condemn him, not to suggest that he has culpability in this, but to raise a level of awareness in the bigger picture. What did Patrick try that worked? What did Patrick try that didn't work? And also going back over some of the stuff, because there is talk on the internet that is just straight out accusing Patrick Clancy in many different ways. Somebody shared with me a reel that included the substance of that reel was basically the person was saying that they believed that it's actually Patrick who did this to the children, and that he medicated Lindsay Clancy in an effort to shift the blame onto her, and that she would wake up basically if she survived, she would wake up with no memory of what had occurred and naturally take the blame because she was already struggling with mental health illness. In fact, the person that made this reel also compared Patrick Clancy to Chris Watts, who, in the fact that initially in Chris Watts's first confession, he blamed Shanann Watts. I say poo-poo to that, especially the comparison to Chris Watts. First of all, there's striking differences between Chris Watts's behavior and Patrick Clancy's behavior. So yes, did Chris Watts in his initial confession blame Shanann? Yeah, he did. But guess what? He's also in that confession. This is going to make me I can already tell. I'm going to get yelly. I'm going to calm down. In that confession, he describes stopping Shanann from killing one of the girls. And honestly, right now, it's been so long, but I think it was Cece. Okay? But guess what he doesn't report? Any type of life-saving measures. Never tried CPR, never called 911, any of that. Patrick did the absolute opposite. He took those cords off from around the kids' necks. He tried to see if they could be resuscitated. Okay? That is bullshittery. The two they're not comparable. It's like comparing apples to goats. These cases are nowhere near the same. The only comparable case that I can think of that would be comparable would be the Andrea Yates case, because the set of circumstances is very similar. The details are different, but the set of circumstances is similar. So I do think, I also think that if I can look at some of these, of the evidence that people are attempting to use, that they're making claims of one thing or another, and I can debunk that, then I think that it is, I'm not going to, I think I should at least try, right? So in that effort, yes, Maria, people on the webs be loco. Okay. Then I will say this, the internets and people in every case. So that being said, I was sent a link to a video wherein the maker of the video says that Patrick's footwear is different in the video from CVS to 3V. So we're going to look at it. All right. Let me add it to the stream. Here we go. Let's take a look, because the way that video was put together, it's vertical, making it very difficult to discern. And if I were to zoom in on it, all that would do would be to distort it anymore. So the best source is from the trial.
The video on screen. At 5:54:15 p.m. is that you coming in?
All right, evidently I'm a big dummy and need to go back further to get the CVS footage. So let's see. Maybe, there we go. So we'll start with CVS because that was where he stopped first.
Is that you entering?
There's the shoes in CVS. Black shoelaces, whole nine. All right, everybody get a good look. Let's move the
store.
Yeah.
We don't really need closed captions. Let's keep going. They're clearly boots. Okay?
And that section you head to on the right, is that?
All right, so they're clearly boots. Let's go forward to 3V. All right, and let's see what's what. There he is right there. Okay. Now we're going to have to do some other type of investigating. Just give me one moment, please. All right. That's the clearest picture of the footwear from 3V. All right. Now I'm going to open up Canva because this will be the best, I think, way to do this, to give you guys a side-by-side. All right. Just know, for full disclosure, I'm only cropping it so that we can get a better view of the shoes. Okay. And you're not, because I took a screenshot of my screen. All right. All right. Let's move this in just a little bit. Now, let's crop this because we don't need those other people. They're not material to this. Give me a second. Okay. Now, let's go back to the CVS's.
Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm going to mute this and slow it down. There, look, the quality of CVS's cameras. CVS, get it together. We need better cameras. Let's see if they show a better view. Oh, it's so bad. Hold on. This is as close as we're going to get. So let me just do this. All right. Let me see. I would, I don't know, you guys. I'm going to show him to you. Let me crop this a little bit more so you can get a really good side-by-side of just the footwear. Let me see what happens if I, would you stop, Canva? I don't need that help. Let me see what happens if I go to enhance this. Let's see if we can upscale it. If it doesn't upscale what I actually needed to upscale, because, you know, Canva be doing whatever it wants, Canva will likely try to upscale his face because that's what they think you want upscaled. Nah, that did not help. So we'll undo that. I think what we're dealing with is a lighting and shadow issue, but you guys tell me what you think. Okay, I'm going to download the picture for you guys. Put it side by side. Let's make this a little bigger. And I think we're dealing with a camera quality issue, but you guys let me know what you think, okay? All right. Give me just one momentito because I might be changing my mind. I actually think something different now that I've like taken a screenshot and done all the things. All right, I need an overlay. All right, there we have it. It is now on your screen. The picture, if you're facing it, it's going to be on your right, okay, is the picture of the footwear at 3V. Picture on your left is a still from the video at CVS. Now, looking at the picture on the left, okay, from CVS, if you look at the toe of the shoe on both feet and you look at the toe of the shoe on the video still from 3V, you'll notice that there is a white or a lighter, the toe is lighter than the rest of the color of the shoe. And they're the same that exists in both pictures. I am inclined to amend my earlier statement and say that they are the same shoe. Is there more that we need to explore? Because, Lulu says, I thought he said he took his boots off at the door. Okay, well, thankfully, we do have his entire testimony pulled up. By we, I mean all of us, not just me. I'm not using the royal we. So let's go and search the transcript using good old Control+F, delete the word medications, and look for boots. Okay, let's go right to this part. Let me take the overlay off for you guys. Give me just 1 second. Oops. I have too many windows open. Let me close some of them because now I'm getting confused. All right, let's make this big. Transcript. Ready? Here we go.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah,
Where did you place those?
on the kitchen island.
Now, okay. What do I make of this? Nothing, if I'm being honest. I think it's much ado about nothing. Look, the way that the human mind processes trauma is different. It's different for everyone. It's what the brain chooses to remove from the memory. Does it exist somewhere? Obviously, it exists somewhere in the mind, but is it accessible? No. Is it possible? And let's be realistic also as well. Generally speaking, most men don't pay attention to their footwear, not in the way that women do. That's just facts. Okay? Most men don't. So is it possible that he remembers boots because what was it? A couple of days maybe prior he had taken Cora skiing and he was wearing boots then, and he's lumped the memory of footwear together in those two events. Probably. I find that to be a much more likely scenario. I think that quite honestly, I think it means nothing. I think that that's not okay in my estimation. This shoe situation and saying boot and not tennis shoe is nothing. It's not even a reason to side-eye him, really. Memory is a messed up thing, especially when trauma is involved. So no, should people? I will say I don't believe that they were wearing that. I believe that the shoes are the same shoe in both picture. I believe what we are seeing here is and first and foremost, a difference in video quality. I mean, if you look at Patrick's hands in the picture, it looks like he's carrying handcuffs in CVS. And we know that he's not carrying handcuffs. That's crazy. But that is the level of distortion and the caca quality of this video, where the camera inside of 3V is much better. I think we're looking at the exact same shoe. They both have black shoelaces. They both have this white thing at the toe. I think they're the same shoe. That's my opinion. I think we're looking at poor lighting and poor video quality in CVS, quite frankly. That's what I think. What are you guys thinking in the chat? Let's see. Okay, so excuse me. Melissa, I love you. I'm not even going to highlight this, but I don't want to, but I'm gonna. All right, here we go. I was listening to Gray Bay last night. She was saying the Commonwealth copied the kids' obits to give character statements about them. What? What? And I'm not whatting you. I just think she didn't. Okay, look. The Commonwealth doesn't know this family at all, right? They knew them after this happened. So, and after this happened, sadly, the children are no longer alive. So I don't character state. I don't I think, look, I wouldn't say, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm annoyed by who said the statement. I'm just going to let it go. I'm going to let it go because it doesn't really matter. Katie says it's not a memory thing, and it's an objective thing. What he considers to be a boot might not be what you consider to be a boot. I mean, that's possible too, but it's also possible that it's a memory thing. I don't think we can say definitively it is a memory thing, it isn't a memory thing, it is an objective thing, it isn't an objective thing, because we don't know these people and we're not in their brains. It could be both. It could be both. I just don't think, I really think that people that are side-eyeing Patrick in some sort of way, I think the reason they're side-eyeing him is because they feel that he had moved on too quickly. And that's really it. I don't think that there's an actual basis rooted in evidentiary fact that's causing people to feel some type of way about Patrick. Myself, I cannot real. I'm not going to judge him and the fastness or the snow, or anybody for that matter, to which they move on from things. As I explained yesterday, okay, I am still as disgruntled today on August 5th, 2026. Hey, piano lover, thank you for the unk alert. No. I believe you don't. I don't think you side-eye him at all, Katie. I don't. And when I said, I meant people in the general term. Moving on. Let's talk about moving on and the pace at which people move on. Okay. And this is not even as serious as what happened to Patrick. Okay. But I'm still, as I feel exactly the same level of anger today on August 5th, 2026, as I did 10 years ago when I opened a bag of Skittles and ate and put a green one in my mouth, only to just find that they had replaced the lime flavor with green apple. Okay. I don't move on. And I'm still angry about that which is not even to the level of this. Now, my pace of moving on from things is very, very slow. There is a person that existed in my life years and years ago who's also been, he's no longer living and hasn't been living for almost 10 years. And I blocked them on Facebook when they were alive. They are no longer alive. They're still blocked on Facebook all these years later. Okay. I don't move. I hold a grudge. In fact, I have a shirt that literally reads, I believe in holding grudges. I'll heal in hell. That is, I don't move on fast. Okay. I accepted the fact that my mom was no longer with me. But I think about her all the time and I miss her all the time. And it's when I miss her, it's not in the ways that you would expect. Like, I don't miss her. I mean, obviously I miss her around the holidays and stuff just because my mom loved Christmas. But I miss her more. And it's not just at the holidays. Times that it hits me the hardest are the little days, like her not getting to see me be a granny, laughing at the fact that I'm even called a granny. You know, I miss her, you know, now that I'm at a certain age and talking about what happens when you're that age, just stuff like that, little things. So, to say that he moved on quickly, and that's, I'm not, for me personally, I'm not going to side-eye him for that, because most people would make the argument, I mean, for the love of Pete, Jen, how seriously did the changing of the green Skittle flavor and the original Skittle pack really impact your life? And in the broader scheme of things, obviously very little. I'm just very annoyed that they did it, and they've changed it back, which I'm happy about, but I'm still angry they changed it in the first place. Clearly, I have trouble letting things go. Okay. Maybe ideally, you should move on from things that you should accept things and move on. And I want to say moving on doesn't mean that you've forgotten about what happened, but you're not still stuck on that day. Like Patrick, does he miss his children? I think he does. Does he grieve them still? I think that he does. Does he grieve the loss of Lindsay? I think that he does. And the loss of that marriage and that relationship, I'm sure that he does. Right? I think I think what we're talking about here truly is less about really moving on so much as reaching the phase in grief of acceptance. You have accepted the circumstances and you are living with the knowledge that what happened has happened, and the void that it caused in your heart and in, I think, especially in this case, in your soul, will never and can never be filled. But you've learned to live with that void. That's what I think he's really done. That's what I think he's done. So I understand now. I do think that after all of this is over with and we look after this trial is done, the next thing I would like to do really is to discuss the civil litigation. The reason I haven't looked into the civil litigation at all is because I feel that the information contained in the civil litigation is also, there's some that is going to be presented at trial, but there's also some that won't be admissible in the criminal trial, and I don't want to be tainted by knowing too much. So I think that after all of this is after the criminal trial is over, then we should look at the civil litigation. What I really am interested and I do think we need that this situation does call for a bigger conversation about how the justice system deals with mental illness and when people who have mental illness commit crimes. Because Lindsay has been evaluated. She's been evaluated by experts for the defense, and she's been evaluated by experts retained by the state, hired by the state. And I want to hear exactly what they say. And I also want us to keep in mind that when these types of evaluations occur, a forensic psychiatric evaluation for court goes to the legal question, and it's done in that what's the word I'm looking for? It's done under those circumstances. So a forensic psychiatric evaluation that you would get for a trial, right, is a little different in certain aspects. It's the overall vibe or mood, I guess is maybe the best way to explain it. It's different than, because they're going in when they evaluate you, they're going in with the knowledge or the thought to be on the lookout, because the information the person is reporting, they have a secondary gain in this. This is not the same type. This is like as opposed to if you were to admit yourself to a mental health care facility, and undergo that evaluation. Even though the questions that they ask you to evaluate you and to attempt maybe to diagnose you, right? Even though the questions on their face would be the same, the tone in which they are evaluating your answer is different. That's, I think, what I want to talk is my point. So, I think, and I agree with this, Katie. Katie said, I think people find love in deep grief. There are people sent to you in that period of life sometimes. Maybe she was that person. I'm not mad at that. Listen, when we are reading articles and things like that and looking at timelines, we're looking at it in very black and white because we're literally reading it in black and white, right? We're not really we're not really taking in the gray and the subtleties. There's just I think that our time together talking and going over this trial would be better spent talking about things that we can learn, that we learned from the trial that we can apply in our own lives. For example, I have 2 daughters and I have 2 sons. And my 2 daughters, my oldest daughter has 1 baby. So that means she will I don't know if she'll ever have another child. I don't know if my youngest daughter will, but there are certain things that happen postpartum that that happened in Lindsay Clancy's case that excuse me, I can learn from, that I would be paying much more close attention to in people with my daughters and other people in my own life when they're pregnant and after they have their baby, to encourage and seek help if they demonstrate certain, some of these behaviors that Lindsay exhibited. And, isn't that the point of all this? Wouldn't our time be better spent paying attention, talking about that, how we can take and learn something that we can apply to save another person or another child? That's what I would rather do anyway. Let's see. Coffee and Skeleton says, my mom talks about missing parts of her marriage to my dad, and they divorced 30 years ago. Yeah, I mean, divorce it's a loss of a relationship, of a marriage. Hold on, I wanted to highlight another one. I wanted to highlight Solo Angel. Solo Angel Mom says, losing my son, I'm so sorry, babe, crushed my soul. The guilt is immense, and he was 27 and with a friend, and coroner said his heart gave out. If I had a direct hand, I would have gotten in the casket with him, but I have 3 more. Right. I mean, I can't, I hope I never know. I'm sorry that you know, Solo Angel Mom. I'm sorry that anybody knows what it's like to lose their child. I can't imagine. I can't. Lulu says, my daughter-in-law is going to have 3 under 3 because of twins and normally takes antidepressants. I'm going to keep an open line of communication with her and my son. See, I think that what we can take from this horrific tragedy is, what I would hope we could do is to learn to differentiate between what they refer to as baby blues, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, so that we can, as humans, if we see something, say something, but we're more educated, right? Something that we might have considered, something we see in a person, in a behavior of a woman after she's given birth. Maybe at one point we would have just written that off as, oh, that's just the baby blues. But now we know, oh, wait a minute, this might be actually the start of postpartum depression. So I think if we can, learn, that would be helpful. All right. On that note, I'm going to thank you guys all very much for being here and ask that if you have not done so already, would you please give your girl a thumbs up? If you're on the replay and you've made it this far, congratulations. Appreciate you. Could you also make sure that you give your girl thumbs up? Hell, to all of you, thumbs down if you feel like I needed. Did I talk too much? Was I too yelly? Whatevs. One or the other. Thumbs up, thumbs down. But also, I would ask if you would go back and hype the video. I would appreciate that too as well. It's free and it's greatly appreciated. It helps get me do it for the algorithm. Tess, you're welcome. Tess says, thank you so much for streaming, Jen. You're welcome, of course. Not even, Pointer Lover, this is such an important point. Not even attention or study is given to postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. Exactly. There needs to be study. We need to be, look, I don't think there's anybody in this chat that resides in the United States of America who would not agree that our mental health care system, our healthcare system in general, needs an astronomical amount of work and overhaul. We've got some real deficits. So, not enough. I know what you meant. All right. So, thank you, guys. We're going to have these bigger conversations. I think that they're important. I appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you so much. Thank you to the mods. I appreciate you as well. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon, and I shall see you all tomorrow. Probably late because they're going to go all day tomorrow, is my understanding. We'll see. But I'll see you then, and probably somewhere around these YouTube streets. You guys take care of yourselves and give your kiddos an extra hug, and your loved ones too. Your loved ones also an extra hug. And your pets, for the love of Pete. They need hugs too. All right, you guys have a great day, and I'll talk to y'all later.